everyone. Welcome to the 2022 4-H Beef Showmanship and Beef Steer Show at the 76th Howard County Fair. We'd like to welcome you all. First thing this evening will be showmanship. We are going to start with Class 1, 18-year-olds, and we have 3 entries in that class.
Well, good evening, and it's a pleasure to be back here again this evening after being here on Monday, and a joy for me to do this with my wife, Lacey. We're heavily involved together. We run our operation together at home in Kansas, and so there's not very many days that we're not right beside one another working together. So why wouldn't we do something like this together as well, particularly when it comes to showmanship? Our kids are heavily involved in showing cattle, local, state, and national level as well. And so pleasure to be back and judge showmanship in the steer show a little later. I'm not going to go through, we're not going to go through and talk specifics with all the heats and things to come. When we get to the finals for each of the age divisions, then we'll go back through and we'll talk and be more specific on some things that we like, preferences, body positioning, halter positioning, things like that, so the kids really know. And again, we'll be around afterwards and would be happy to answer any questions that we have. With that said, just in terms of presence and just style, for the most part in terms of these initial heats, are going to be the deciding factors on how we select and move forward. With that said, I think there was one obvious decision within this class in terms of just style, positioning, body positioning that we preferred. Young lady is going to be first in this class. Second will be the young lady leading out right here, and a close third with the young lady in the middle. Again, thank you, and give them another big round of applause.
Results of Class 1, Showmanship, 18-year-olds. First place is Samantha Dixon. She receives an award sponsored by Ann and Rob Moxley. Second to Sarah Whitehead. Third to Raven Heron. Next in the ring will be Class 2, Showmanship, 17-year-olds. We have 3 entries.
Again, we'll make comments towards the end of the seniors and be pretty descriptive on what we like and don't like. So younger kids, I hope you make time to come up and listen to the overall within the senior division. Again, very nice group of 3 that we've got in this heat. Some days are better than the others, right? Some days are better than others. And with that said, I think the young lady up here with the Hereford cap to my far right will win this heat. She's done a nice job. And most importantly, her calf's worked really good with her as well. And it's a team unit when you come out here for showmanship. So, and the young man here in the middle will be second. Young lady with the ultra stubborn Hereford steer, but she's got a great big smile on her face. Let's give her a nice round of applause. She'll be third.
Results of Class 2 Showmanship 17-year-olds. First went to Peyton Harris. She will receive an award sponsored by Dale and Jan Huff. Second to Thomas Moxley. Third to Riley Trotman. Next in the ring we have Class 3 Showmanship 15 to 16-year-olds. We have 4 entries. We do want to welcome our judges, Spencer and Lacey Schrader. They're from Wells, Kansas, and we are very glad to have them back again this evening after the breeding show on Monday. Let's give them a warm welcome.
another good group here. We've got 4 in this round, and went through and gave some individual tidbits to a couple of them in private. I think it gets really, really close on top with the third and fourth individuals within this group. Young man with the black steer is going to be third. Young man with the Hereford Hereford marked steer is going to be fourth. And I think it gets really, really close. Up here on the top 2 spots, there's some things from a style perspective and just body positions perspective that I really, really like. We discussed this, but then there's advantages in terms of just that teamwork and how the calf's working as well for another. So I think it's close. With that said, young man, you're going to be first in this class this evening. Young man here, keep your head up. Your heifer will work better for you another time. You'll be second. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Results of Class 3 Showmanship 15 to 16-year-olds. First went to Cody Trotman. Cody will receive an award sponsored by the Howard County 4-H Beef Club. Second to Bryce Heath. Third to Walker Whitehead. And fourth to Michael Patrick. Next in the ring we have Class 4 Showmanship 14-year-olds. We have 3 entries. After that we will select our champion senior showman.
again, I think we've got two individuals in this heat that are really, really close at the top again, and I think there's some subtle things that separate them in our mind. And somebody told, does that help if I hold it up closer to my mouth? Other than me licking on it, that's about as close as I can get without actual contact. We good? Okay, I'll try to remember that. If you don't hear, somebody like point to the ears or something over there and I'll get the message. Young man will be third in this group. He's got a nice steer that's really level made. We talked about some things that would help him, propel him up to that upper end in class, and had a nice conversation with him. Two young ladies here that will pick our first and second out of this group. Again, different things. Each one of them do a little better in terms of just calmness and presence and just being really strong, if you will, out here in terms of presence. There's one that really does a nice job and has the advantage there. There's one that does even though she's nervous, does a better job of getting the feet placed. And we could talk about this too as we get to the finals. Sometimes if we have cattle that are rounder hipped or more steep in their hip, it really, really is important that we get those back 2 feet set appropriately so we give the best look. If we get them too far up underneath themselves, they get rounded in their look. If they get too far out, of course, they look too stretched. So in this scenario, I think it's extremely close. Young lady in the middle, you're going to be first. Close second with the young lady to the left.
Results of Class 4 Showmanship 14-year-olds. First went to Courtney Spicer. She receives an award sponsored by the Howard County 4-H Beef Club. Second to Molly Miller. Third to Hunter Patrick. We're now ready to select our champion senior showman. We need our first place entries from Class 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the ring. tension in the... In the ring now, we're selecting our champion senior showman from Class 1, 18-year-olds, Samantha Dixon. From Class 2, 17-year-olds, Peyton Harris. Class 3, 15 to 16-year-olds, Cody Trotman. And Class 4, 14-year-olds, Courtney Spicer.
Hey, let's give these seniors a big round of applause. Good group. So, we worked them a little harder. They're seniors, they're older. There's things in terms of etiquette, spacing, replacing the gap, anticipating the stop. Those are things that we talk about with not only our kids, but also we are district-wide, community-wide leaders for a couple counties within our community for the Beef Project, and I really enjoy helping with clinics and things like that. And showmanship is something that you might not be able to go out and buy one, you might not be able to go raise one, but the one you do have, you can put in a lot of work and you can make a difference. And growing up, my folks were awesome, but they were clueless. We ran a really commercial-based type operation, and I had to learn, and I hung off of words of older 4-H'ers and people that I really respected and could tell that they did a good job. And so within that, both of us take so much pride in showmanship. And even if our kids do well or don't do well, we want them to be able to go and present themselves and present their animals to the best of their ability. And there's things that we do in showmanship that maybe don't make sense, but where a judge is positioning themselves in terms of the ring and looking at cattle, if you don't pull your calf up, and I'm going to do a little demonstration here real quick. So if I pull you in, okay? What do you need to do? You need to fill the gap. And the next one behind it needs to fill the gap. Okay? Does that make sense? If I would have pulled in the young lady to start this lineup on this end, if I would have pulled her in, we still need to pull forward and fill the gap. Okay? Another big thing about positioning. Young lady, where you've set the line here side by side is excellent. Good job. You've got a big enough ring. You don't have a tremendous amount. You could maneuver and pull forward if you want to. The judge can come in front. You could even come and put your calf's foot even up here right where your feet are, and you'd still be great, okay? So, the other thing, when I set, this individual right here sets the line, guess what? When you pull in, what does she need to do? Younger kids, I hope you're up here listening and watching. She needs to be right here even with her, okay? We need to set the line and have a uniform front, okay? That way, if the judge is standing back here at 3/4, we can see all the cattle. If we have somebody and she's pulled out here and hasn't pulled in far enough, I can't see the one on the other side of her. If she's pulled in too far and there's another one back here, she's hurting herself because I can't see her calf then, right? Unless I'm on the front side of the line. So there's simple things like that. I talked to a couple of the kids about placement. We like upright body. We don't like leaning back. And my wife's biggest pet peeve is when we see kids that are leading the calf into the ring and have their show stick sticking way out in front of them. Sometimes less is more. We have to remember we're showing the animals and not showing ourselves. So we like body position, unless I was right where you are, I was, and you were fine. Otherwise, we tell the kids we work with, 45-degree angle, belt buckle to the shoulder. Okay? We don't want to be like this. For one thing, if you show very many of them in a day, your arm is going to get tired. This is a natural mechanism right here to save your arm. Put your elbow bent right next to your body. It's going to save your arm, okay? And again, we're working on focusing on showing our animal. Last thing I want to touch on, when we first pulled in and we were side by side over here, the max we had was 4 calves. Give yourselves space. We don't need to be right on top of one another, okay? There's nothing wrong with you at the gap here in the fence between posts, 8-10 foot. I would make sure with no more than we had in the ring that you don't pull in any closer to one another than that. That way, if something happens, you need to pull your calf out, and hopefully the guy that pulls in next to you gives the same courtesy to you and gives you the same space, then you can maneuver and position. So, Lacey and I talked, initial impressions, questions. There's one from a consistency standpoint, and I'm going to have her go and congratulate that individual in terms of knowledge. We don't believe it's a quiz bowl. There's so many other opportunities in 4-H and youth programs to test our knowledge. But we do like to ask questions and talk with the kids and get a feel, help them relax, and just get a feel of their knowledge and their comfort level with communicating with us. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause, and I'll have Lacey go congratulate our champion senior showman.
Our champion senior showman is the winner of Class 2, 17-year-olds, Peyton Harith. We're now ready in the ring for Class 5 showmanship, 13-year-olds.
Nice group here in the intermediate division. I think there's just some few things, and we'll wait again. Hopefully you've been able to gain some things from the comments that we've made in the senior division. We'll give a few more tidbits at the conclusion of this intermediate division as well. So feel free to visit with us afterward as well. I think in the top two spots, I think it gets really close again between a couple individuals in terms of just style and feet placement and consistency in terms of feet placement of their animal. I think there's one from questions, and again, we don't ask a lot, but just a little more comfortable, so there's some give and take there. Young lady, you're going to be first in this group. Young man, you're going to be second. You're going to be 2A, that close. And then young man, you're going to be fourth. Let's give a nice big round of applause again.
Results of Class 5, Showmanship 13-year-olds. First went to Jalen Velasek. She receives an award sponsored by Southern States Mount Airy Cooperative. Second to Hayden Harrison. Third to Jake Harith. And fourth to Hayden Brendel. Next in the ring, we have Class 6, Showmanship 11 and 12-year-olds. We have 3 entries.
to round out our intermediate division, we got a really nice set of 3 here again. We talked a few things, and I'm going to go ahead and, while it's fresh in our mind, a couple things here in this age group. Just hand placement at the halter for us. And I talked to the young man up here. When we're in line, a lot of times we would prefer if you would switch your hands so the halter comes through the front side and then comes down the back like this, okay? It just looks more natural. You don't have your hand up in the air like this trying to hold it, okay? Just let it be relaxed, and then that way, like we talked about earlier in the senior division, then you can put that elbow down here to your body and rest it. So let that lead rope come through with your hand or your thumb closest to their head, and the tail end of it coming down by your pinky, okay? So then as I talk to the young boy, when we're leading them, knuckles forward. That way if they rush forward on you, if you have your hand the opposite way, it's kind of like they talk to you in safety and self-defense drills. If your hand's like this and they run forward, it's more apt to rip it out of the grasp of your hand going forward. Then that's when you change your hand knuckles forward and you grab it like this, okay? Does that make sense? The other thing too is halter placement. So for this calf, if we were putting this halter and we do this, I don't do it, my wife does it. Every morning before the show, we go through and we situate halters, and we know which halter's going on which animal. And I would put and adjust this side up on this calf, for example, and move this brow band up at least another inch or 2. Okay, same way with the calf right back here. I'd move that brow band up on its nose. A lot of times if you see cattle that are like throwing their head and blowing snot, you're actually just cutting off the air on their muzzle because you have that way too far down towards their nostrils. A couple little things in the last tidbit, fly spray. Okay? I guarantee you their feet, their tails, everything will flop, switch, stomp, move less if you spray them with fly spray. Young lady, you're going to be first in this group. Second with the Shar. Young man, you're third. Nice job.
Results of Class 6, Showmanship 11 and 12-year-olds. First went to Addison Ridgely. She receives an award sponsored by the Brendel family. Second to Ella Campaneri. And third to Charlie Brendel. We're now ready to select our champion intermediate showman. We need our class winners from Class 5 and 6 into the show ring. While the judges are selecting our intermediate champion, I really encourage juniors and first years to come down around the ring. You are getting a free showmanship clinic. You need to come down and listen. Now selecting the champion intermediate showman, we have our winner of Class 5, 13-year-olds, Jalen Belisek, and our winner of Class 6, 11 and 12-year-olds, Addison Ridgely.
Okay, anybody got a quarter? Got a quarter? What are you calling? Heads or tails? Or do you want her to call? She's going to call heads. Hey, let's give them a nice round of applause. Seniors, watch out. We've got a really talented pair of young ladies moving up the ranks into the age group. And Lacey and I visited here, and we think it's really, really close. And just little things, you know, I call it the eye of the tiger. Does anybody, all the people my age, you know, get what I'm saying there? The old Rocky movies, little Survivor action. Yeah. And there's just one that gives us that eye of the tiger, if you will, that if you don't use me without being over the top, that's the key, without being over the top or too aggressive, just with that look in her eye, hey, you are silly if you don't use me. With that said, I'm going to have Lacey go congratulate our champion in this group. And as they do, I hope everybody gives these two the big round of applause they deserve.
Our champion intermediate showman is Addison Ridgely. We're now ready in the ring for class number 7, showmanship, 9 to 10-year-olds. Please be making your way to the ring.
Let's give these kids in this age group a big round of applause. We've only got 3 in a single heat of these, but really some good quality here in terms of our showmen, and they're learning and having fun. I think for us, in just terms of presence, and again, from a team effort standpoint, I always, when our kids are asking us, well, which one of ours should we show, or which one should we take in showmanship? And if they have an option, you know, obviously the ones that work the best, but typically even at home before we go anywhere, those cattle that are really nice, balanced, and level made and structurally correct, if we can get those showmanship ready, if you will, they're so much easier, because even if their feet aren't perfect, they still tend to look balanced. They still tend to look like they're positioned well, just because of their natural overall balance or structural correctness. And I think there's one calf in here that helps its exhibitor for those reasons, just because of the balance and the levelness, and it's just show ring and appeal and upheadedness. And of course, that individual does a super good job, not only getting its head up and getting it presented when it's in a stationary position. And I think the gap between first and then second and third in this age group is a big part of it. Is we got to remember not just to have the head up when we're standing stationary in a lineup, but we need to get that head up too when we're walking. And for younger kids, we tend to maybe drag them along, or we forget that, and their head gets lower as we're leading them, because it's hard to keep their head up right and keep them walking. But I think those are important things to work on as we go forward. With that said, Lacey's going to go out and congratulate our champion first, and then second, and then third in this age group. Let's make sure that as she does that, you show them how good a job they did.
Results of Class 7 Showmanship 9 and 10-year-olds. First went to Troy Heath. He will receive an award sponsored by TLV Tree Farm. Second to Logan Cady. And third to Ava Brendel. Our champion junior showman is Troy Heath. We're now ready for Class 8 Showmanship first year. These are all of our first year members, or their first year with a beef animal. We have 4 entries.
So this is the first year in this project, and we're going to take a couple tidbits right here in the middle. We got a big ring, let's use it, okay? So let's stay to the outside, kiddos. Stay wide, give each other plenty of space. Okay, we've got a big ring, and let's use it, all right? Okay, so I think what a great learning opportunity. Let's give these first year exhibitors a big round of applause. So the first thing we tell our kids or anybody else is animals are way smarter than a lot of times we want to give them credit. So when we get excited, they get excited. They can sense it, they can feel it. So if we stay calm, even when things are going bad, that calf, if we can trick them, even though we may having a bad day or a little amped up ourselves, if we can keep ourselves calm and not transmit that negative energy to our animal, the better that we're going to do. Talked a couple things again in terms of hand placements. If we've got to re-pull in, just remember these are big animals. It's not like a sheep or a goat that we can probably use our hand and push them around a little bit, push them back in line. It's kind of like mom and dad bringing you to fair in the big truck and trailer, right? Are they going to pull into a parking spot the size that we'd put a little compact car in? No, we got to have bigger space. We got to turn wider. So as I was explaining to this young man, when we pull out, we don't want to start to make the turn right at the back side of where we're going with our animal. We almost have to go a half of a body length to the animal behind us. That way we can flatten out and get our animal trailing back into, I'm sorry, bud, to a flatter position so they go into to their spot where they're at straight, okay? The next big thing, the faster that we can pull our calves into alignment the best we can versus using their stick. And the key to that is 1 foot. And that is non-show side or show person back foot. So this back foot right here, okay? When it's in a staggered position, if we can anticipate the stop with our calves, so that foot is straight down from their hooks. This hook bone, the big hook bone that sticks out here, then they can balance that weight and stand evenly. If they don't, they're going to fidget. They won't look right. This is the key. Even if their front legs aren't right and close, if we can pull that one in and then adjust the other legs if we need to from that point, that's so key. With that said, Lacey's going to go congratulate them 1st through 4th. And again, let's give another big round of applause as she selects your champion here in the first year group.
Results of Class 8 Showmanship first year. First went to Elijah Hunkovsky. He receives an award sponsored by the Brookman family. Second to Noah Hunkovsky. Third to Grant Anthony. And fourth to Jamison Lawson. Elijah will be our champion first year showman. We're now ready to select our grand champion showman. We need our senior, intermediate, junior, and first year winners to the ring. In the ring now, we have our division winners in the showmanship contest. The champion senior showman, Peyton Harris. The champion intermediate showman, Addison Ridgely. The champion junior showman, Troy Heath. And the champion first year showman, Elijah Honkovsky. While our judges start looking those over, let's put our hands together and thank Spencer and Lacey Schrader for an excellent set of reasons on our showmanship classes. If you didn't learn something tonight, then you were not paying attention.
Okay. So I really have enjoyed, I appreciate the opportunity for Lacey and I to do this both together. She's so modest and so quiet. When she was this age, she was very successful in the junior program for the Charlotte Association and won quite a few different things. And so she should be the one talking, but she doesn't like to talk as much as I do, so I'm the one with the mic. And but again, we do so much together, and our operation is based upon our teamwork. So thank you again for allowing us to do this together. What a joy it's been. She's going to select your champion. Great group, and appreciated the tidbits that we've given tonight. We've seen kids already adapt them when they've come back in and caught themselves and switched their hand. And if we can't take time and teach at this level, where else are we going to do it? As she congratulates your champion, overall showman, let's give him another big round of applause.
Our champion showman is our senior champion, Peyton Harris. The champion showman receives a chair donated by Dave U. Akers. Thank you again to all our award donors for the showmanship contest. For the exhibitors, we are going to take about a 5 or 10 minute break, give you time, as Miss Darla said last night for the pig show, for you to use the bathroom or to stretch your legs, whatever you'd like to do. Okay, we're ready to pick up our market steer show with our crossbreed classes. In the beef department, we rotate breeds each year, and this year the crossbreeds have the distinguished start of the show. So we need our first class of crossbred steers in the ring. We have 3 entries. Our first class is now in the ring. We have 3 entries weighing between 1133 and 1198. If you see an asterisk by the name of the individual, that means their steer is bred and owned, and they'll be coming back in the bred and owned classes at the end of the breed.
If you want to go ahead and pull in here and you just spin around, we'll talk about yours first. Young ladies calf that's going to win the class in terms of just weight and market readiness, even though from a commercial acceptance standpoint, you know, we're on the bottom end of those weight categories for where we're at in the industry today. And I think of the 2 steers that we have that to start the class that are stouter, more muscular, I think the steer of the young ladies here that's going to win the class is just smoother and more optimum in a degree of finish, so much mellow to the touch, and you can see it from the side. Even though he's lighter weight, she's done a nice job, and there's a nice even layer of fat lay down over the rib, loin edge, and also in terms of over the rib cage as well. And I think from there too, you know, he has the advantage in structural correctness in that pair. Not necessarily is he perfect. There's some things structurally I want to change out from him off of both ends, but I think in terms of pasture and feet and the way he steps down in terms of coordination off of both ends, he has an advantage over the steer that comes in second. Now, when it comes to just sheer top shape, if we were going to sort these steers, this pair on the top side here, just solely based upon muscle shape and their top, this calf wins. I mean, he's ultra stout right behind his shoulder. and has a tremendous amount of shape over his loin edge, has a notch more width in his upper pin placement compared to the steer that wins the class. Maybe doesn't tie his muscle shape as long and deep and smooth down into the lower portion of his quarter as the steer wins the class. A nice pair of steers to start. Again, I think just from a market readiness standpoint, the slick-haired steer gets the nod today. Nothing wrong with the smoky Charolais influenced steer that rounds out the class. He's not void of muscle. He sure has plenty. I think of the trio in here, again, he's probably similar in terms of structural correctness to the calf that is second in class. He's maybe a notch even in more bucked over on his front in terms of his knee as you see him go away. But I think in terms of ideal optimal end point, he's the furthest away in terms of that position today in terms of fat lay down and just being the leanest of the three, but sure a nice calf within his own right. Let's give those three a nice round of applause again.
Results of Class 1, crossbred steers. First went to Samantha Dixon, second to Bryce Heath, third to Ella Campaneri. Reading down your program, 3, 2, 1. We're now ready for Class 2, crossbred steers weighing between 1283 and 1284.
Very nice pair of steers here in the next weight group within the market show here. I think just in terms of completeness and combination of traits, the steer of the young mans that we're going to use to start the class, just not only in a stationary position, gives you a better look because his neck ties in higher into the top side of his shoulder. He's smoother and leveler out of his top line, and he maintains that integrity in his top line when he gets out on the move. But most importantly, from a market perspective, when you put your hands on him, he's so much stouter and so much bolder in his rib shape and his top shape right behind his shoulder as we compare him to the calf in second. And I think he's got a notch higher degree and a little more optimum degree in terms of his finish, and thus he gets the nod within this pair. Again, the young lady's calf is coming in second. Man, I like him. There's some length and some extension. As my dad would once say, he's longer than a well rope, and he sure is. He's extremely extended in his overall body type and kind. But with that extension and looseness comes some uncoordination, and part of it is just how he's hooked up in his neck and shoulder as we compared him to the steer that starts the class. And he gets a little pinched and a little peaked right behind his shoulder, and then thus not only just from a balance standpoint throws him off, but also from just a muscularity standpoint, particularly in them high value regions in the top side of his body cavity right behind his shoulder. Sure stout enough and fresh and mellow in his finish, just some subtle differences within the pair. Give those kids a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 2 crossbred steers. First went to Bryce Heath, second to Raven Heron. Reading down your page, 2, 1. We're now ready for Class 3 crossbred steers weighing between 1304 and 1310.
A pair that starts a class, and we'll have the yellow steer lead on around here as we talk about him. I think the decision's closer than what one might think, and there's structure issues a little bit with all three of these steers. So in terms of just roundness in his hip and some things from a structure and balance standpoint that we'd like to change about him, we kind of have to just throw that aside for a second, because even though from a balance standpoint the black steer is leveler and into the stationary position gives you a better look, but he gets somewhat uncoordinated in terms of his structure when we get him out on the move in terms of just tightness in his spine, and he gets a little upright and rigid in his rear posture. And so again, there's some give and take there, but no doubt again is we want to go ahead and lead him on out, and we'll talk about him. The Charlet steer is definitely the stoutest and the most muscular. He is the cutability steer of the class. He's super wide and opened up in his top shape, and in terms of his hip, super powerful. He's not quite finished enough for me, and I think that the black steer has that advantage in terms of degree of finish and the uniformity in finish. But unfortunately, when you get on the top side of him, as you get behind him, he's just flatter in his muscle shape. He gets a little flatter in his corner, and I just think gives up too much red meat yield to be able to get slided up over the yellow steer. Now, in terms of just length and extension, here's a calf that's got plenty. He's got plenty of muscle, but just from a balance standpoint, again, some things similar to the yellow steer in terms of his hip structure and his hind leg build that we'd like to change, but most importantly, his rib and his type and his kind. Just a little bit rounder and tubular in his rib shape, a little more extreme in those regards for me to get him slid up any higher than third in this trio. Let's give him a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
Results of Class 3 crossbred steers: first went to Thomas Moxley, second to Addison Ridgely, and third to Walker Whitehead. Reading down your page, 3, 1, 2. Now in the ring is Class 4 crossbred steers weighing between 1323 and 1335. Tonight during our show, we want to pay tribute to 4 of our members who this will be their last year in 4-H. And the first one of those is in this class, Sarah Whitehead. She's the young lady to my left in 3rd place. This is what she wrote and would like you all to hear. Hello, my name is Sarah Whitehead, and this is my last year in 4-H. I would like to thank my friends and family for helping, teaching, and guiding me through my 4-H years. I wouldn't be able to do it without the support of everyone I have met throughout the years. Although it's sad for my journey to come to an end, I am excited to continue helping and teaching younger 4-Hers and my brother continue their 4-H careers. Congratulations, Sarah, on a fine 4-H career.
A very close placing here in the top pair of these steers again, and again, I don't think this steer is necessarily perfect in terms of structure and balance, but I think in terms of flexibility and overall athleticism, he's the steer that does the best of that in the pair that we have in the top side of the class. In terms of just overall levelness, not only in a stationary position, but also when we put him in motion, he's the calf that handles himself the best, and not that he's perfect in terms of his angles, but I think there's a significant difference when we compare him to the calf in second. But most importantly, you know, he's the most moderate frame steer here in the class, but he's also the heaviest. And when we read him from a genuine muscularity standpoint, he is super stout up in his top. You get behind him, there is some true muscle shape in him. He's uniform, and even in his degree of finish, I think the calf in second might have just a slight advantage in that category. But I just think in terms of completeness, he's the calf that gets the nod. Now in a stationary position, and the young lady's done a tremendous job with his hair coat. He's just gorgeously presented, and I really appreciate that about him. But in terms of just these angles, he's too upright in his shoulder. He gets a little rigid in his pastern. And as you evaluated, even though he's muscular, he's flatter in terms of his forerib. As you start to analyze him compared to the steer that wins the class, he's just a little flatter in his muscle shape and his center body cavity as you compare him. Nothing wrong with the calf that comes in third. In terms of market readiness, she's done a nice job. And not only does he have indications of finish when I get my hands on him, but also from just a visual standpoint, brisket and his cod and back and his tail head, she's done a super job. But in just terms of muscularity and just overall quality, he just gives a little plainer look to me. He gets a little flatter in his muscle shape. So I think even though he's a nice steer, he's the logical third within this group of three. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
Results of Class 4 crossbred steers: first went to Sarah Whitehead, second to Molly Miller, third to Addison Ridgely. Reading down your page, 3, 1, 2. We're now ready for Class 5 crossbred steers weighing between 1341 and 1356. We have 3 entries. In this class, we have one of our second 4-H'ers who is celebrating their final year in 4-H this year. That's the young man that's currently in second place, Travis Heath. And here's what Travis had to say. Hello, my name is Travis Heath, and this last year in 4-H has been one amazing end to my 4-H career. I'd like to thank all of my family and friends for helping me throughout the years. There is no way I would have done half as well through the years without each and every one of them. I'm sad to be ending my career, but excited to help my family and brother continue their 4-H careers. Congratulations, Travis.
Black steer, I think, dominates this group of 3 in terms of just balance, smoothness, market readiness, and muscularity. I think he excels the group in all but just one of those categories. And the one that he doesn't, he's still ultra stout and heavy muscled and sure not void of it in any stretch of the imagination whatsoever. We're going to pick on him, maybe just a little awkward in terms of his hip and hind leg. Not that he's unsound, but just wants to pinch down in his loin just ever so slightly when he gets out and goes. But I think surely sound enough and really good balanced and gives you a nice look from the profile. He wins pretty easy, and I think then the race comes for second. And 2 steers that are ultra stout and powerful, but it almost works to the disadvantage for both of them. I think in terms of just looseness and construction and overall balance and style, the smoke steer is going to get the advantage within this pair, even though he's the leanest in terms of if you just sheerly sorted him based upon fat cover of the 3. He's the furthest from his ideal end point. But I think, again, in terms of just balance and that extra look of quality, he gets the nod. Young lady steer that rounds out the class, again, done a nice job. He's super quick. She's done a nice job with him. He's market ready. He's muscular. Maybe just a little late cut in his life in terms of just the head shape and the crest of his neck. Might have been a bull a little longer than some of the others. Let's give those 3 a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 5 crossbred steers: first went to Travis Heath, second to Courtney Spicer, and third to Jalen Velasek. We're now ready for Class 6 crossbred steers, weighing between 1392 and 1416. We have 3 entries.
Very, very challenging class, and by all means, place them the way you like in your mind, because even though I've come to a decision, I'm still confused and very comfortable with just admitting that, because they're so different. All these calves in this group are so different. But as I rationalize my thought in terms of trying to break things down, you know, there's some things, particularly in the hind end. Go ahead and set him up right there, young man, with the white calf. From a structure standpoint, pasturance, I'd like to change on all three of them, particularly in their hind end. There's no doubt from a structure standpoint, the best one from his hooks forward in this class is the Charlet influence steer. But I think just from length, bone, stoutness, and combination of both freshness of finish and just red meat yield. I think he's kind of the combination complete calf of the group in that regard, and so we go ahead and give him a nod. Now, if we read the calf that comes in second in terms of his top side, he's maybe a notch stouter right behind the shoulder. But for me, as I step off to the side, and part of it, he's just looking a little agey, if you will. Maybe he's been held just from his head shape, his neck shape, but also as I handling, he's a little more uneven and bumpier, if you will, staler in his fat laid down as I compare him to the other two steers around him. I think from a muscle standpoint and just overall length, he slides into the second slot, but those are the issues that I have as I sort those so far. The calf in terms of just softness, doability, feeding, a calf would do so well in the commercial setting and has done in terms of freshness of finish, probably in terms of just continuing that average daily gain or performance up to this point on a steady linear plane. It's obvious that she's done that with that calf, similar to the Char. Maybe has a tick more fat, and I know he has a tick more fat than the Charlet calf. Maybe getting a little softer. He's going to need to be going to town, and obviously this is the day to do it because we don't necessarily want him any fatter. But I think from a composition standpoint, we start looking at him from a yield grade standpoint. He's the fattest, but he's also the lightest muscled in this group, so we sort him third in my mind. You place him how you like. I won't argue with you one bit. You can pick the first and third in this class however you like them. That's how I see them. Let's give the kids a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 6 crossbred steers: first went to Charles Brendel, second to Cody Trotman, and third to Ava Brendel. Write down your page, 1, 2, 3. We're now ready for Class 7 crossbred steers weighing 1440. This is a single entry. While this young man brings his steer into the ring, we want to recognize that he placed 4th overall in the rate of gain contest, and this is also your champion crossbred steer in the rate of gain contest. He gained 3.0 pounds per day, and Hayden will receive a trophy, or an award, I'm sorry, from the Cromer family. Congratulations, Hayden.
Single entry of the young man here in this class, and boy, he's done a nice job feeding him. As we can tell from the accolades from an average daily gain standpoint, and also just from a market readiness standpoint that we can visually tell about the calf, he's done a super good job, and he's fresh, and he's maintained that weight gain linearly as we talked about, because there's a lot of freshness and smoothness in that fat lay down as you evaluate him. A calf that's not void of muscle, I guess if we can compare him to the ideal, we'd like to just pull him apart and widen him out from end to end. He's just a notch flatter in his muscle shape as we compare him to others. Maybe I'd like to change him a little bit in the angle to his front shoulder, and you can see especially on that right knee as he gets heavier, he's got just a little bit of swelling in that right front knee and wanting to come over on it just ever so slightly if you want to go ahead and take him out. But nice job by the young man of getting him market ready and getting him here to the fair. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
First place in Class 7 went to Hayden Brendel. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion crossbred steer. We need all of our first and second place steers in the ring from our 7 classes. Following the selection of the champion and reserve, we will have the bred known crossbred steer class. So those of you who have bred known steers, please be ready to bring them into the ring once we select the champion and reserve.
Let's put your hands together and give this group another round of applause. Nice set of calves here in this division. I'm not going to go back and talk through them. I've tried to be really thorough in my description as I talk on them in class, and I think all the calves out here are sure nice and got some muscle and got some things that are relative, most importantly, to the commercial industry and the cattle feeding industry. And I think within that, though, there's a couple calves that kind of sort themselves to the top that give those some intangible things in terms of show ring appeal, balance, and just that extra look of quality that we're trying to sort through as we check the things that are very important in terms of just market readiness and muscle as we evaluate our market projects. Then we can kind of sort and nitpick a little bit from there. But in terms of those two that I think have the look of quality, there's one that definitely has an advantage in weight. Congratulations, young man. You'll be champion in this group.
Champion crossbred steer was exhibited by Travis Heath. Travis will receive an award presented by Ollie and Shelby Bennett. The reserve champion crossbred steer was exhibited by Bryce Heath. He will receive an award presented by the Howard County Farm Bureau. Now we're ready for the bred and owned crossbred steer class. We have 6 entries. We need all of those into the ring, and the judge will place that class. Your bred and owned crossbred steers.
we've talked about him again. A really nice yellow steer, super stout, muscular. I think without going back through and re-talking them from our earlier classes, this will be your champion. And again, I think the black steer, even though he's a little lighter, I think he's the next best steer in here in terms of muscle, market readiness, even though he's lighter, and just a little look of quality as well. Let's give him another nice round of applause.
The results of our bred and owned class first went to Thomas Moxley, will also be the champion bred and owned crossbred steer, and he will receive an award from the Howard County 4-H Beef Club. Second to Samantha Dixon, she will be the reserve champion bred and owned crossbred steer. Third went to Charles Brendel, fourth to Ava Brendel, fifth to Addison Ridgely, and sixth to Hayden Brendel. Reading down your page, 2, 1, 5, 3, 4, 6. As a reminder, Hayden Brendel is the champion rate of gain crossbred steer, and we're now ready to move to the Angus division. While we're bringing our first class of Angus into the ring, I'd like to introduce our judge again. Our judge is Spencer Schrader, comes to us from Wells, Kansas, and his wife Lacey assisted him with the showmanship contest. As he's kind of mentioned, he is in a operation that's a Charolais and Simmental influenced seed stock operation. They have an annual spring bull sale and sell about 120 bulls annually, and they have a commercial operation that's marketed through the feedlot. He's here also with his children, Weston, who will be a freshman at Kansas State University this fall, and his daughter, Josie, who will be a sophomore in high school. They are heavily involved in the Junior American International Charolais Association. Weston is the vice president of the Junior Association and on the junior board. We're very glad, and they're heavily involved with their family's operation as well. So let's again thank Mr. Schrader and the whole family for being with us tonight and judging not only our steer show, but also judged our breeding show on Monday. Let's give him a hand. Now in the ring we have Class 1 Angus steers weighing between 1190 and 1234. We have 3 entries.
I think the steer that wins the class best combines muscularity and just length and look and front 1/3 build. I think all the steers are fairly similar in terms of their finish at this point. And again, from just a market readiness standpoint, we'd like to see them all a little heavier and a little bigger. But for the group of three we have, they're sure adequate and fairly similar in that. But I think within that trio of the calves that have muscle, this one's the better looking one of them. And I think he's just so much better in his top and out of his hip. And he's stouter in his upper hip, and he probably has more shape and expression to his center and lower portion of his quarter compared to either of the steers. You can see that not only from the top side, but as you look at him from the side and see that shape and turn as well. I think just from a levelness standpoint and feeding ability, just with a rib and moderation that this calf has, I'm sure he's been very efficient to this point. If he was to go past this point, I'm not sure if that efficiency would maintain itself, just because he is probably, even though he's not light muscled, he is the lightest muscle of the three in terms of his muscle shape. He's the plainest and flattest in his muscle shape, in his top and in his quarter. Again, some things that I like about him in terms of balance and correctness, he may be the best in the class, but just like to pull him apart and widen him up. From just an overall balance standpoint, the calf that rounds out the class, just a little heavier in his front 1/3 of his body in relation to his back third. And even though he comes out high in his muscle shape to his pin placement, he wants to funnel in his muscle shape into the base of his quarter. And as we see him walk away, wants to track a little narrow at the base and at the ground. But a nice job the young man's done feeding to this point. Just gets out pizzazzed, if you will, from a balance and structural correctness standpoint. And I appeal from the profile to get any higher in this three. Let's give those kids a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 1 Angus steers weighing between 1190 and 1234. First went to Thomas Moxley, second to Elijah Hankovsky, and third to Noah Hankovsky. Reading down your page, 231. We're now ready for Class 2 Angus steers weighing between 1307 and 1324. We have 3 entries. Also in this class, we have our third 4-H'er who is celebrating their last year in 4-H. Is Miss Raven Heron. She's leading off the class here, and here's what she'd like to say to you. I've come a long way in the couple of years I've been in 4-H. Steers, which I have only done for a year, gave me the drive to pursue vet med and animal science. This is also my second year doing swine and my 4th in goats. 4-H gave me a family I never wished to lose. Thank you to the Wises, Millers, Harris, Brendels, Fulls, Dixons, Douglases, Yeagers, Trotmans, Figgies, and all the other families I've met along the way. I especially could not have done this without my parents, who always support me in my expensive endeavors, so extra thanks to them. I love you all and enjoy the steer show. Congratulations, Raven, on a great 4-H career.
I think with the calf that we've got winning the class, if we go to rail with him, he's only 3 pounds lighter than the steer that we've got going second, which is actually the young lady closest to me in this situation. If we go to the rail to him in relation to his hot carcass weight, I'm just super confident he's going to go with the most desirable relationship between that weight and his ribeye area. I think in terms of just denseness, as you look at him from his top shape, he's so much stouter right behind his shoulder. He maintains that stoutness all down his top and into his upper pin placement as we compare him to the second calf in class. He runs just a little bit deep in his chest for me and maybe not quite perfect in the angle to his shoulder. He's a little upright, but I think there's some other issues structurally with some of the other calves. I don't think we can just use that against him and not use him to win the class. I think just from his market readiness, especially in fat laydown, then not only in the combination of those two traits, I think he gets the nod fairly easy then. From there, in terms of just overall length and muscle shape, particularly as you view him from the profile, a calf that's super long and super stout in his construction, big boned, really powerful kind of calf, almost works to his disadvantage in some degree because of his rawness. It's just a little coarser in his head, a little rawer in his bone, gets a little upright and coarse and awkward in his rear pasterns and how he hits the ground. And even though he's got shape and turn and probably does a better job of tying that muscle shape, particularly from a profile perspective, into his lower quarter and twist, just doesn't have the width as you view him from behind, and particularly right behind his shoulder. Young lady's done a super good job, and really appreciate the words that she wrote and we listened to, and really got a fresh, smooth handling steer in terms of his market readiness. As we compared him to the calves that win the class and in second, just ranks third in muscle. And with that said, I think that's just hard to get him any higher. And then combined with that, just a little more awkward and uncoordinated in his top line as she gets him on the move. Wants to bubble up in his spine and pinch down in his loin, and just maintains just a little more unevenness, if you will, on the go. Let's give her a nice round, and all those in the class a nice round of applause for that group of three.
Results of Class 2 Angus steers: first went to Travis Heath, second to Sarah Whitehead, and third to Raven Heron. Reading down your page, 312. We're now ready for Class 3 Angus steers weighing between 1347 and 1360. In the ring in this class, we have our fourth 4-H'er in the beef department that is leaving 4-H this year, and this is Miss Samantha Dixon. She is in the third spot in the ring here, and this is what she would like to say to you. This is the end of a wonderful 4-H career. I am Samantha Dixon, and I am going to miss this and you all. I love all the friends I have made and so many good times. 4-H has molded me into the person I am today. I will be attending Joliet Junior College doing livestock judging and ag business. Thank you to the Huffs, the Moxleys, Bowmans, Brendels, Carrolls, Millers, Harris, Blyes, Mara, Ben, Margie, Mr. Hartner, Andy, and Megan. I especially want to thank Aunt Teresa, Eric, Uncle Gary, and Cody. And to my number one supporter mom, I love you, Samantha. Congratulations, Samantha.
Young man, you're going to start us out here. So I think just in terms of completeness, man, he is a good-looking rascal. I mean, he's so good built structurally. The angles to his shoulder and his hip and hind leg construction. And that's the big difference between him and the calf in second. Is just his athleticism. He is so good in terms of his head and neck, and as he ties to the top side of his shoulder, and as you read him, he's so uniformly stout, is the best way I can describe it. Behind his shoulder, back into his pin placement. If there was one thing that I would like to change about him, he's just a little heavy in his belly, and it just kind of throws him off a little bit. And I don't know if he's been at the hay feeder the whole time, but I mean, and nothing wrong with them. There's some doability things that you like about that. Maybe from a dressing percentage standpoint, maybe just like to trim him up in that lower portion of his body there. But that's picking on just a super good, sound, good-looking, clean-jointed, fresh steer that I like quite a bit. Now, when the young lady brought this one out earlier, I think maybe in Showmanship, I believe. Yeah, I'm thinking in my mind now, this is going to be a calf in contention, and he is. He's nice, and he's super stout, and he may be a notch fatter. Not that that one's not fat enough, but maybe a notch fatter, and as you particularly read him over his rib cage. But for me, the difference is he's just a little upright in his shoulder, and he's wanting to get over in his knee, and he just, as we have enough muscle there, even though there's some link things that you like, just a little bit uncoordinated in his overall movement. And then as you read him, he gets a little narrow with the ground as he tracks away. But a very nice steer, young lady. I know second isn't where you want to be, but you're a good second. From there, I think the logical place is third for this steer, even though from a muscularity standpoint, he's sure not void. But part of his ultra stout and rawness also leads to the placing where he's at. It's just he's the furthest from his ideal endpoint in terms of fat lay down, and you can just see it. He's just a little harder in his middle yet, just a little harder in his overall look, but a nice calf and sure a nice third in that regard as well. Let's give those three individuals a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 3 Angus steers: first went to Troy Heath, second to Samantha Dixon, and third to Grant Anthony. In that class, the steer shown by Grant Anthony was actually first in the rate of gain contest. He would also be our champion Angus in the rate of gain and our grand champion steer in the rate of gain contest. So congratulations to Grant. He's going to receive an award from Triple B Angus, and he's also going to receive the George Bowman Memorial Award for the Grand Champion Rate of Gain Steer. Great job, Grant.
steer that's going to win the class is surely the stoutest, most powerfully built of the pair. And in a stationary position, he sure gives you a nice look, and she's done a nice job feeding him. Looks really good in his hair coat, really good in his skin, and just overall quality. A calf that is market ready, smooth and fresh in his finish. But I'd really like to loosen him up in his skeletal makeup. A calf, part of the reason why he's going slow is because it doesn't feel good. And he's just too opened up in his shoulder and straight, and the angle to his shoulder as well. If we could change that about him, he is crazy, crazy good. And I think, too, he's not perfect on these rear two as well. Wants to kind of paddle and get outside of himself just a notch. But, man, he's stout and good-looking when you get him parked. From there, I think just because of just muscle and just a little flatness in his muscle, the calf comes in second. If we were maybe showing them as breeding heifers, we could logically put this calf, if it was a heifer show, into first just because of the flexibility, length of stride, and correctness of angles. But from a market standpoint, just a little flat, and we give up too much red meat yield to be able to slide him up past the calf that's ahead of him. Nice pair of steers to talk about. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 4, first went to Blair Heath, second to Addison Ridgely. We're now ready for our last class of Angus steers, Class 5, weighing between 1403 and 1415.
One of those pair of steers, class, if you will, that you can change them in your mind. I think it's very, very close. The way I see it is just from just an overall muscularity standpoint, even though this calf is probably one of the fatter ones we've seen today, I'm pretty confident there's enough muscle shape when we go to the rail. I think we'll offset any concern from a preliminary yield grade standpoint when we start making a ribeye adjustment, because he is super stout and ultra bold in his top shape and back through his loin, and maintains that shape and expression through all aspects of that quarter. I think most importantly, we sort him from that regard, but also just levelness. I think even though he's not perfect in terms of his structure, but with some subtle things and differences in terms of his structure and levelness, I think he just balances out and gives me a better look when he's at the park position. From there, I think if we were just going to, I don't want to say cutability, because I think we give up some muscle. So it might be a wash with the advantage in leanness that the young lady has in the steer that comes second. I prefer his handle in terms of freshness and uniformity. There's sure enough finish there, but probably just a little leaner, if you will, to get the job done in comparison to the pair. But he's a little bigger in his skeletal makeup. As we get him on the move, he wants to be a little upright in his shoulder, pull his spine up, drop his pins, and just get tucked up underneath himself ever so slightly as he gets out on the move. And just a little flatter at his muscle shape, so he sits a close second. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 5 Angus steers: first went to Charlie Brendel, second to Courtney Spicer. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion Angus steer. Following that, we'll be bringing our 2 bred and owned steers back to the ring for the bred and owned contest.
I think there's a steer that wins this group in a country mile. I'm not going to take a whole lot of time. Congratulations, young man.
Champion Angus steer is exhibited by Troy Heath. He will receive awards from Triple B Angus and the Maryland Angus Association.
I think a really tough placing there. Really like the smooth hided calf down there. Just gives up too much muscle relative to the two steers right ahead of him, even though I think there's some things about him in terms of balance and correctness that I like. I guess of those other two that are stout and good looking, I just think there's enough advantage here in terms of overall flexibility, even though he's not perfect. I sure think he's flexible and better in his overall movement, particularly out of his front 1/3 of his skeleton than the calf right behind him in class. Tough choice. Good decisions to be made. I hope you made one on your own.
Our reserve champion Angus steer was exhibited by Samantha Dixon. She'll receive an award donated by Kim Sullivan. We're now ready for our bred and owned Angus steer class. We have 2 entries.
I think there's a lot of similarities in terms of conformation between these two calves, and some of the things from a structure standpoint you'd like to change. Both of them kind of want to pull their top up on the move and drop their pins and get up underneath themselves slightly on their back too. I think if we were going to break them down in relation to frame size, there's no doubt the littler calf has a shot more expression and shape in terms of his muscle. From just a market readiness standpoint and weight, there's no doubt that the big steer is the calf that is closer to his ideal endpoint, if you will. She's going to get the nod today. Congratulations. You'll be champion in this division. You'll be reserve.
The results of our bred and owned Angus class first, and also champion bred and owned Angus steer, goes to Courtney Spicer. Courtney will receive an award from the Howard County 4-H Beef Club. Second, and reserve champion bred and owned Angus steer goes to Thomas Moxley. As we mentioned previously, our champion rate of gain Angus steer was Grant Anthony. We're now ready for the Hereford division.
super powerful built calf in terms of just bone and foot. He starts out our Hereford division, really wide constructed, really wide in his pin placement, obviously not only from his weight but also from his overall composition. Not quite to that ideal endpoint, a little green in terms of his condition and his market readiness, but a super stout bone, super stout constructed calf. Let's give the young man a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 1, Hereford Steers, weighing 1222. First went to Jamison Lawson. We're now ready for Class 2, Hereford Steers, weighing between 1334 and 1347. We have 2 entries.
Young man steer that's going to win the class, I just think is further along in that fat laydown. I think closer to his market ideal endpoint in terms of finish. And as you read his muscle, he's so much better right behind his shoulder, so much stouter there. He comes back so much better in terms of his upper hip and his pin placement in terms of muscularity. Now there's some bone and length and just overall ruggedness and range appeal that you like about this calf. In terms of those genetics, they'd work in our world holding up from a bone and foot standpoint, but with that comes some rawness too in terms of his head shape. He wants to break right behind his shoulder, just like to soften him up in his middle part of his body and just bulk him up in terms of his overall rib dimension. And I think we could consider sliding him up a spot higher. Nice set of calves. Let's give those two youngsters a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 2 Hereford Steers. First went to Jake Harrith, second to Jamison Lawson. We're now ready for Class 3 Hereford Steers, weighing between 1361 and 1362.
lead them on around. I think that this pair, even though there's good things about both of them, the reason why we sort them, because of the closeness in terms of muscularity and market readiness, is the calf that I'm going to use is just so much more flexible off of both end of its skeleton, so much better in his angle to his blade. He's longer, more extended in his neck, ties it up better in the top of his shoulder, and when he gets out and goes, he just reaches and fills these tracks so much better in terms of just bone and foot, ultra raw, maybe a little coarser in his head than the calf that we got coming in second, but I just think the more flexible, athletic of the pair, and thus we push him up into that spot. And as you see me walk away, go ahead and take him on out, young man. He probably does a better job tying that muscle shape longer and deeper into his quarter as well. Now up high muscle shape, there might be a notch advantage right behind the shoulder. I don't know if part of that is because of the angle to the shoulder and how it's kind of pushed back up in there. He's a notch better right at the top side of his body, behind his shoulder there. Maybe about similar as they look at their top shape. Probably comes back just as good in terms of his upper pins. Probably funnels just a little bit in compared to the calf that we've got winning the class in terms of his muscle shape. But again, just a little more upright in his shoulder, and you can tell it's just harder for him to get around. He's neck's lower set into the front portion of his body and deeper into his shoulder as well. Just like to loosen him up in his overall skeletal makeup to get him a little higher and take that first place spot. Nice set of calves, very good, both of them close. Give them a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 3 Hereford steers first went to Hayden Harrison, second to Peyton Harris. We're now ready for Class 4 Hereford steers weighing between 1428 and 1429. We have 2 entries. While they're coming in the ring, we want to announce that the young ladies Hereford, Riley Trotman's Hereford, placed second in the rate of gain contest overall, and was our champion Hereford steer in the rate of gain contest. Congratulations, Riley. She's going to receive an award from Dale and Jan Huff.
So for the sake of time, and again, she comes with a smile, and I appreciate that as we're giving her a hard time out here. I think this steer of hers, even though he's stubborn as can be, and there's nothing wrong with his structure in terms of his difficulty of movement, it's just I don't want to move, right? Ultra stout, he's just the power steer of the group as you read him from a muscularity standpoint. I think there's enough fat cover there. There's no doubt he's really fresh in uniform, but I think in terms of just product, he dominates the pair and also gives you a better look. When he does cooperate and she can get his head up, get him set up, he's the nicer balanced, more attractive profiling steer of the pair as well. Soft-sided, flexible calf that the young man's got coming in second, really pliable in his overall rib shape and just his overall type and kind. I'm sure very efficient, easy feeding kind of calf. Just a little plainer in his appearance, a little plainer and flatter in his muscle shape, and that combined with his fat, I'm confident there'll be a significant difference in terms of cutability within that pair as well. Let's give those 2 entries a nice round of applause as well.
Results of Class 4 Hereford steers first goes to Riley Trotman, second to Michael Patrick. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion Hereford steers. We need all our class winners to the ring.
in this group. Again, let's give a nice round of applause. Good quality here in the Hereford steer class. I think it's extremely close again. I think there's some subtle differences in terms of just quality and just muscle correctness, but in my mind, there's a calf in this group that's just ultra stout, ultra wide in terms of its makeup that kind of gravitates to the top for me, and then I think it gets maybe even closer there for reserve. So I'm going to go take another peek real quick, and then I'll congratulate your champion in reserve in this Hereford division.
Our champion Hereford steer was exhibited by Riley Trotman and the reserve champion by Jake Harris. They will both receive awards presented by the Maryland Polled Hereford Association. And again, our champion rated gain Hereford steer was exhibited by Riley Trotman. We're now ready for our shorthorns. We only have two. We're going to bring them in at the same time, but they are in two separate classes, weighing between 1323 and 1377. While we're waiting for the shorthorns to come in, I wanted to read the results of the top 15 rate of gain steers. In 15th place was Bryce Heath, 14th Hayden Harrison, 13th Sarah Whitehead, 12th Cody Trotman, 11th Jake Harris, 10th Charlie Brendel, 9th Samantha Dixon, 8th Charlie Brendel, 7th Addison Ridgely, 6th Jalen Velasek, 5th Troy Heath, 4th Hayden Brendel, which was the champion crossbreed, 3rd Hunter Patrick, which was the champion shorthorn, 2nd Riley Trotman, who was the champion Hereford, and 1st to Grant Anthony, who was the champion Angus, the overall grand champion rate of gain, and the highest placing first year member with rate of gain. They'll all receive premiums for the rate of gain contest.
Ladies and gentlemen around the ring, as we bring in the shorthorn classic winners, I wanted to do a special recognition, and I thought it was appropriate during the shorthorn show since that's her breed of choice. For the past 37 years, Margie Eiler has been the superintendent of the 4-H beef department at the Howard County Fair. That's a long time. You can only imagine how many 4-Hers in that 37 years she has worked with. She has seen them grow from 8-year-olds through 18-year-olds and then have returned as parents of children or maybe even grandparents of children that are in our program. So tonight we thought it was fitting to recognize her. We have two things we'd like to give her. One is a cutting board. It's engraved. It says 4-H Beef Department Superintendent Margie Eiler, Howard County Fair 2022. With deep appreciation for your 37 years of service to the Howard County Fair and our 4-H exhibitors, families, and visitors. So I would really like it if everyone would stand up and give her a round of applause for everything that she's done. And then we also have a little gift basket. It wouldn't be anything without making it green for 4-H. So it says, thank you for your involvement, commitment, encouragement, investment. Here is a little something for your enjoyment from Howard County 4-H, and of course it's things with mints and things that are green.
Young man steer that's going to win. There are two separate classes of you, if you will, for weight, but it's going to win the Shorthorn division here. Is that correct? I am speaking correctly. Okay. It just dominates the pair in terms of just stoutness and power. Just so much wider and more genuine in his muscle shape, top to bottom, front to rear, and gives you a nice look in terms of balance. And part of it is there's enough mass in his britches to offset that front end, if you will. So it just bounces out a notch better as well as we combine that with the advantage in just red meat yield. From length and extension in terms of flatness of shoulder and just tying a neck into the top side of his shoulder really well, the young lady steer wins those categories, if you will. But again, that kind of works to its disadvantage. With that extra height comes some flatness and overall flatter muscle shape from top to bottom, front to rear. Just like to widen him out and his overall build, be able to compete with a calf that will end up winning the division. Let's give these two youngsters a nice round of applause.
Our results in the Shorthorn show: first, Class 1 went to Addison Ridgely, and first in Class 2 went to Hunter Patrick. Our champion Shorthorn steer was exhibited by Hunter Patrick. He'll receive an award from the Maryland Shorthorn Association. Addison Ridgely exhibited the reserve champion Shorthorn steer, and she will receive an award also from the Maryland Shorthorn Association. The champion Shorthorn rate of gain steer was Hunter Patrick, as we mentioned before, and he will receive an award from Margie Eiler and Sue Klein as the champion 4-H Shorthorn rate of gain steer.
bred-known steers here that we've evaluated earlier this evening, and we brought back out to select a champion bred-known within the show. And again, I really appreciate bred-knowns. They're dear to our heart. It's something that our kids really love to be a part of breeding decisions at home with their own animals and the rest of the animals at the ranch as well. They're getting to that age that they sure have an opinion and are old enough and know enough that as parents we sure need to listen and hear it. I think it's really close between these two. I definitely think there's a huge disparity in terms of muscle. There's also a little difference though in terms of finish. So I think the black steer is more evenly, more uniform, more ideally finished of the pair, and there's no doubt that the yellow steer is the most muscular. So however you'd like to position it, I guess when it all said and done, is ultimately about red meat yield for me. Young man, you're going to be champion in the Bred Known show.
Our champion Bred Known steer is exhibited by Thomas Moxley. He'll receive an award from Triple Creek Farm. We'll now be selecting our reserve grand champion Bred Known steer.
Second place from the exotic or crossbred division, if you will, comes in, and even though he's lighter weight for his weight, he is very fresh and uniform in his finish, and even though we could sure stand a few more pounds on him, I think for the pounds that he has, there's definitely enough fat there, and pretty similar if we look at it from an overall percentage basis compared to the calf that wins the heavier class, or the Angus, I believe it was. Is that correct? So I think it's a close again. I think there's a little difference in terms of quality and look and balance. Young lady, you're going to be reserved. Congratulations.
The reserve grand champion Bred Known steer was exhibited by Samantha Dixon. She will also receive an award from Triple Creek Farm. While we're bringing our breed champions into the ring, I would like to, number one, thank Cheryl for the very kind words. I appreciate that. And it's been a pleasure to be involved with the fair and the beef department over the past many years. I'm not going anywhere, although they'd probably like me to go somewhere, I don't know, but I'm still staying on as an assistant. But I would like to thank all the helpers that we've had this year with the beef show, starting with the new superintendents, which is Jennifer Fagans and Brianne Haler. And thank them for all their hard work this week. Also tonight we want to thank our help, and many of these are also beef department superintendents. We want to thank our super duper pooper scooper, Jandell Haynes, who just does an awesome job. Tonight our lineup folks, Bill Arrington and Caitlin Johnson. In the ring, Lauren Bresnock and Dallas Briggs. Over at the table, Brittany Bowman, Leanne Haler, and Marlon Haler. I think that's everybody. So thank you to everyone in the beef department. We really appreciate it. And we always want to say thanks to the Harrah County Fair. We couldn't be here without the support of the Harrah County Fair, all the board of directors. Mickey, I see Mickey over there. And I'll age Mickey that Mickey was one of the first members of my 4-H club when I was a 4-H leader in Harrah County. Mickey was one of the original 5 that started the Harrah County Beef Club. So thanks to Mickey and all of the directors of the Harrah County Fair for all that they do. We sure do appreciate you having the fair for the 4-Hers and keeping this going. So thank you to the Howard County Fair, thanks to the Beef Department. And last but not least, let's put our hands together and thanks to our judge. We've really had a tremendous show this year, and we couldn't have done it without him, his family for being here. Spencer Schrader, we really appreciate it, all the way from Kansas, and we hope he's had a good trip here to Maryland. Seems like he brought us some cool weather tonight, so that's good. So now we're ready for the selection of the grand champion steer. In the ring, our champion crossbred steer is exhibited by Travis Heath. Our champion Angus steer, exhibited by Troy Heath. Our champion Hereford steer, exhibited by Riley Trotman. And our champion Shorthorn steer, exhibited by Hunter Patrick. The reserve champions are also coming into the ring. The reserve champion crossbred was exhibited by Bryce Heath. The reserve champion Angus by Samantha Dixon. The reserve champion Hereford by Jake Hareth. And the reserve champion Shorthorn by Addison Ridgely. Let's give all these exhibitors a big hand for presenting these great cattle tonight. And now we're ready for the selection of our grand champion and reserve grand champion steers.
I want to thank Mickey and the fair for inviting me. I've truly enjoyed it, and other than a wedding about 6 years ago for one of our nephews to Washington State that we left on a Friday and flew back on a Sunday, this is the first family kind of outing that we've had, except for going to junior nationals every year. So for going someplace a long ways away, we usually take cattle with us, and it has truly been a joy, and particularly for us as a family. Weston goes away to college next year, and even though college is only about an hour and 20 minutes away, it really has been a great opportunity to meet new people and see new places, and I can't thank you enough for the opportunity that I've had. And I've judged quite a few of these, and you really, when you meet a matriarch, if you will, that just hits you within the first 30 minutes that you're here, and you know how much they love and understand the reason why we're involved in this, and the youth programs and 4-H and particularly I think the livestock programs. So anyway, I'm going to quit spewing. Thank you so much. There's a couple calves that really funnel to the top for me, and I think it's close. I think there's an advantage in terms of just freshness that gives a little bit of an edge. With that said, I'm going to go pick your champion in reserve. Let's give this lineup a big round of applause.
Our grand champion steer is exhibited by Troy Heath. He receives an award from Rob and Ann Moxley. And our reserve grand champion steer is exhibited by Travis Heath, who will receive an award from Mark Moxley. Thank you.